Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the heart of a castle, where staircases moved on a whim and portraits whispered secrets in the night, there was a hush of magic that never truly slept. Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry stood under a velvet sky pricked with stars, its towers casting long shadows over the forbidden forest and black lake below. By day, the halls bustled with students and lessons. By night, the castle seemed to breathe, quiet, watchful, alive. On such a night, a peculiar sound echoed down the 7th floor corridor of Gryffindor Tower. A clang, like metal striking stone, sharp enough to wake a sleeping portrait and send a suit of armor into a shiver. But few were around to hear it. Curfew had long passed, and only the castle's ghosts floated through the halls, silent and solemn. Yet one student had not yet gone to sleep. Elsie Brooke, a third-year Gryffindor with a wild tumble of chestnut curls and a talent for being exactly where she wasn't supposed to be, had been sneaking back from the astronomy tower when she heard it. She paused mid-step near the Transfiguration corridor, her wand drawn not out of fear but curiosity. "Vumos," she whispered, and the tip of her wand flared to life. She moved cautiously, her trainers making the barest sound against the stone floor. The sound had come from Professor McGonagall's office. At least, it had echoed from that direction. The door stood shut, its polished brass handle catching the moonlight. Elsie hesitated. Everyone knew Professor McGonagall's office was filled with ancient magical artifacts, spellbooks so old their covers had grown moss, and enchanted quills that wrote faster than the eye could follow. But it was also said, whispered in common rooms and corners, that she had inherited more than Dumbledore's post as headmistress. Elsie had never believed the rumors, not until tonight. She stepped closer and placed her ear to the door. Nothing. She was just turning to leave when something shifted. A gust of wind, though no windows were open. A faint click, like a latch moving by itself. Her eyes snapped back to the office door, but it remained closed. Then she saw it. A thread-thin sliver of light, barely noticeable, emerging not from the door, but from behind a bookcase to its left. She moved toward it, pressing gently on the wooden shelf. To her astonishment, the bookcase gave a low groan and swung forward a few inches, revealing a narrow, dark passage behind it, no larger than a cupboard door. Elsie's heart thundered. She knew she should fetch a teacher. She also knew she wouldn't. With a determined breath, she ducked into the gap, wandlight guiding her down a tight stone stairwell that twisted sharply downward. The air was cold here, old in a way that made her skin prickle. Dust clung to the walls like cobwebs, and every step echoed into a silence that felt heavier than the dark. She counted 37 steps before she reached the bottom. The staircase ended in a small circular chamber, the walls carved with runes that pulsed faintly blue beneath her light. In the center stood a tall iron gate, its bars twisted into curling shapes, ravens, badgers, lions, snakes, the symbols of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Beneath them, a word shimmered into view, as though summoned by her presence. Custodia. Elsie breathed it aloud. Custodia. At once, the gate responded. The house symbols flashed brightly, then faded. The iron bars creaked and began to part. She stepped through before she could think better of it. What lay beyond was not a corridor or dungeon. It was high stone walls, silent and unmoving, stretched in every direction. The air was warmer here, almost humid, and faint golden orbs floated above, casting the light of an eternal dusk. She could hear water trickling nearby. Somewhere, deeper within, a low hum sounded, as though the walls themselves were alive. She turned slowly, and that was when she realized she wasn't alone. A shape darted between shadows, something small, fast, not quite human. "Who's there?" she called out, raising her wand. No reply. Thence, out of the dark came a whisper, soft, ancient, and just barely heard. "Do not awaken her." Elsie froze. Who's her? But the whisper had gone, swallowed by the maze. Heart pounding now, she turned and ran back toward the gate, but it had closed behind her. The runes were dark. The way out was sealed. She was trapped. And far above, in the quiet office of Professor McGonagall, the books on her shelves shifted ever so slightly, as though something unseen had stirred, something that hadn't moved in 100 years, something that was waking up. Elsie's footsteps echoed faintly as she pressed forward into the maze, wand held high. Her breath came fast, but she forced herself not to panic. Gryffindors didn't panic, she reminded herself. At least not the ones who made it past page 1 in Hogwarts: A History. The air here smelled of moss and damp stone, and though the walls looked ancient, no ivy grew upon them. The floating orbs above cast a dim golden twilight, giving everything the strange hue of a dream just before waking. She paused at a junction where the path split in 3 directions, all equally narrow and foreboding. Behind her, the runes on the iron gate remained cold and still. She tried whispering Custodia again, tried knocking her wand against the stone, but nothing stirred. With a tight jaw, she turned back to the maze. There would be no rescue unless she found it herself. The whisper, "Do not awaken her," echoed still in her thoughts. Who was she? Was this place protected by some ancient guardian? Or worse, was she already awake? Elsie chose the leftmost path, not out of confidence, but because the center one seemed to lean inward, as if the walls themselves wanted to close around her. She passed under an archway carved with serpents, their eyes glittering with tiny green gems. A sound, faint and rhythmic, drew her attention. A distant clink-clink, as though chains swung gently against stone. Turning a corner, she nearly tripped over a set of old bones scattered across the floor. Small, bird-like, bleached white. Her heart skipped. She stepped carefully around them, trying not to imagine what creature might have left them behind. After what felt like 10 minutes of cautious walking, the passage widened into a circular chamber. At its center stood a pedestal draped in tattered velvet. On it lay a scroll, untouched by dust or age. Behind the pedestal loomed a statue of a woman with long robes, arms raised as if casting a spell. Her eyes were shut and her face bore no expression. At first glance it seemed carved of marble, but something about the figure unsettled Elsie. Like it wasn't quite asleep as it seemed. She approached the pedestal, peering at the scroll. It was sealed with a crest she didn't recognize, a stylized M flanked by 2 crescent moons. Beneath it, an inscription read, "The voice will know the path." Elsie frowned. The voice? She reached for the scroll, but the moment her fingers brushed the seal, the statue's eyes snapped open. A pulse of light shot from the scroll, knocking her backward. She landed hard, winded and dazed, as the stone woman stepped down from her plinth, dust falling from her as though she'd been frozen in time. "You should not be here," the statue said, though her lips did not move. "The path is sealed. The guardian sleeps." Elsie scrambled back. I didn't mean to. I just found the passage. I didn't open anything." The statue's head tilted. "And yet, you bear the seal. Don't silo." "I don't want seal." The woman's gaze dropped to Elsie's wrist. With a start, Elsie saw that something had appeared, faint, glowing through her skin. The same double crescent M that sealed the scroll. "Chosen by chance," the statue murmured, "or by something older still." She stepped aside, gesturing to the scroll. "The mirror has begun to stir. The dreamers speak her name again. It must be stopped." "The mirror?" Elsie asked, still on the floor. "What mirror?" But the statue had already returned to her pedestal. Her eyes closed, arms raised, as if she had never moved at all. The air stilled, the light dimmed. Swallowing hard, Elsie stood and carefully lifted the scroll. This time no spell struck her. The seal broke silently, and the parchment unfurled in her hands. Written in dark, looping ink were 4 lines. "To speak the path, the heart must bind. To turn the key, the word must find. Past wand and wall and time misplaced, she sleeps beneath the shadowed face." Elsie reread the lines, brow furrowed. It wasn't just a riddle. It was a warning. Something was hidden deep within this place. Something dangerous. And then, from far off in the maze, she heard footsteps. Not hers, not the statue's. Real footsteps. Elsie snuffed her wand light, heart hammering, and crept to the edge of the chamber. A figure passed by at the far end of the corridor, hooded and cloaked in dark robes. She caught a glimpse of his hand, a silver ring shaped like a coiled serpent, and a long wand gripped tightly in the other. Whoever he was, he didn't look like a professor. He didn't look like he was meant to be there at all. Elsie waited until his steps faded, then slipped from the chamber in the opposite direction. She didn't know what the mirror was or why someone else might be searching for it, but she knew one thing for certain: she wasn't the only one in the maze. And if the mirror was waking, it wouldn't stay hidden for long. The stone corridors twisted and turned without logic, as though the maze changed itself whenever Elsie wasn't looking. She had tried to keep track. Left turn, archway, right, straight, second arch. But already her path had become a blur of identical passageways and cold, whispering walls. She clutched the scroll in one hand, her wand in the other, stepping as lightly as she could. Somewhere ahead, the man with the serpent ring was still moving through the maze. She hadn't heard his footsteps again, but that made her all the more wary. He had walked with purpose, as though he knew where he was going, and that meant he might know more about this place, more about the mirror. The mirror. She turned the word over in her mind. It had been capitalized in the scroll, given the weight of something powerful, something ancient. But she couldn't remember reading about such an object in any textbook. Not in Hogwarts a history, nor in modern magical artifacts and where they are kept, and certainly not in any of the bedtime stories her older brother had scared her with during her first year. And yet, she had heard that name before. Once. Briefly. In a forgotten corner of the restricted section, she had skimmed the frayed pages of an anonymous diary, a dusty little volume that had mentioned the Mirror of Morgana in passing, without explanation or warning, as though the writer hadn't dared to write more. Now that name came back with sudden clarity. Morgana. The witch from legend. Older than Hogwarts itself. Sister to a king, student of Merlin, feared in 6 countries even 1,000 years after her death. What kind of mirror would she have left behind? A soft breeze tickled Elsie's cheek and she paused. There was no breeze in the maze. She turned slowly and spotted a crack in the stone, a hidden seam in the wall where cool air whispered through. Narrowing her eyes, she pressed her palm against it. A sharp click echoed from the stone, and the wall groaned, then slowly shifted aside, revealing a new passage. This one was different. The walls were smooth, polished like obsidian, and the light was dimmer here, colder. She hesitated, but something in her chest urged her forward. Not bravery exactly, but necessity. The new passage was quieter than the rest, its silence heavy, almost sacred. As she walked, her reflection flickered faintly on the polished walls, strange, blurred, and warped, as if the stone remembered every face that had passed it. Her footsteps became softer, her breath louder in the stillness. At the end of the corridor, she found a heavy wooden door bound in iron, carved with spiraling runes that glimmered faintly. The center bore a circular emblem, a woman's face surrounded by flames and stars. Elsie raised her wand and whispered, "Allahumora." Nothing happened. She tried again, louder. The door remained locked. Then she remembered the scroll's riddle. To turn the key, the word must find a word, a password. She stared at the emblem, thinking of everything she had seen. The statue, the warning, the seal on her wrist. "Morgana," she said softly. With a low creak, the door began to open. The chamber beyond was vast, far larger than it should have been given the passage behind her. Its ceiling disappeared into shadow and the air shimmered with cold. At the far end, resting on a dais of black stone, stood a tall mirror with a frame of dark silver shaped like curling vines. It was beautiful in the way storms are beautiful, terrible and magnetic and dangerous all at once. This was not like the mirror of Erised that Harry Potter had once found hidden away on the 3rd floor. This mirror gave off no warmth, no comfort. And unlike the mirror of Erised, this one reflected nothing. Not the room, not Elsie, nothing at all. She stepped closer, heart thudding in her chest. Her hand rose unbidden toward the glass. But before she could touch it, a voice cut through the chamber. You're not supposed to be here." Elsie spun, wand raised. A boy stood behind her. Tall, thin, with sandy hair and the blue and bronze robes of Ravenclaw. His glasses sat askew on his nose, and he looked more alarmed than angry. "Miles," she gasped. "What are you... How did you..." "I followed you," he said, stepping into the room and glancing warily at the mirror. "Saw you going into McGonagall's office. Then the bookcase moved and... well, I couldn't let you get caught alone, could I?" Elsie shook her head in disbelief. "You're insane," says the girl who's standing 3 feet from a cursed mirror. She almost smiled, but the tension in the room wouldn't allow it. "It doesn't show reflections. You can see that. What does it do? I don't know yet, but I think it's waking up." He frowned. "Objects don't wake up. This one does." She turned back to the mirror. "It's called the Mirror of Morgana." Niles went pale. "You're joking." "No. And someone else is down here too. A man, tall, dark cloak, serpent ring. I saw him earlier in the maze." Niles muttered something under his breath that she didn't quite catch, but it sounded like, "Why do these things always happen to you?" They both turned as a soft sound echoed from the corridor, the sound of a second door creaking open. Someone else was coming. "Quick," whispered Niles. Behind the dais, they darted behind the black stone platform just as the footsteps entered the room. Elsie risked a glance from the shadows. The man in the serpent ring stood before the mirror now. He didn't speak. He didn't cast a spell. He merely reached out and pressed his palm flat against the glass. The mirror flared to life. A shimmer of silver rippled through the surface, and the man's reflection slowly appeared. But it wasn't quite right. The reflection grinned, though the real man did not. Its eyes were darker, its face older, and then it spoke. "You are not yet ready," the reflection said in a voice colder than frost. "I am ready," the man growled. The reflection only laughed, and the light in the mirror dimmed, the surface turning black once more. The man withdrew his hand, breathing heavily, then turned and strode from the room. Elsie and Niles remained frozen in silence. Only when the footsteps had vanished did Elsie whisper, "What was that?" Niles looked at her, his face pale. "I think," he said, "we're in a lot more trouble than we thought." The shadows behind the dais seemed to press more tightly around them once the cloaked man had gone. Elsie exhaled, only now realizing she'd been holding her breath. Niles sat beside her, legs folded awkwardly, glasses slipping further down his nose. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Even the mirror had gone completely still. Its silver shimmer vanished like the last trace of a dream upon waking. When Elsie finally stood, her knees trembled. "He knew what it was," she said in a low voice. "He knew how to touch it, how to talk to it." And it talked back. Niles muttered, brushing dust from his robes as he rose beside her. "I've never heard of a mirror that could answer, and I've read a lot of books on cursed artifacts." Elsie looked back at the black glass. It didn't reflect him properly. It looked older, twisted, like it was showing something else. Something inside him, maybe, or something that wants to come out, Niles added grimly. He turned and eyed the chamber. We can't stay here. If that man comes back, we need to find out who he is, Elsie interrupted. If he's after the mirror and it's dangerous, we can't just leave it for him to take. I'm more worried about what happens if he gets what he wants from it, Niles said. That reflection told him he wasn't ready. What happens when he is? The question hung over them, heavy and unanswered. With one last glance at the strange black glass, they turned from the chamber and slipped quietly back through the door. The passage closed behind them, the emblem of Morgana sealing once more into place, as though nothing had disturbed the chamber in 100 years. Corridors of the maze had changed again. Niles marked the wall with a small chalk glyph from his wand, one of his own clever spells, and muttered something about shifting architecture. The walls rearrange depending on intent, he explained. At least, that's what it looks like. If the mirror's been kept hidden, the castle must be helping to guard it, which means this maze is designed to confuse intruders. And how did that man get in so easily? Elsie asked. Niles frowned. That's what worries me. They turned right at a new fork, following a trail of Niles's chalk symbols back toward the hidden staircase. It was slow going. More than once the path they had just walked twisted upon itself, or a wall they'd passed earlier reappeared before them. But gradually, as the golden orbs dimmed behind them and the air grew colder, the familiar sound of trickling water returned. Then came a light, dim, bluish, and the carved gate loomed ahead once more. The runes on the arch still did not glow, but as Niles approached, the gate creaked softly. The symbol on Elsie's wrist flickered faintly, and with a low groan, the iron bars parted just enough for them to slip through. They climbed the long staircase in silence. When they reached the top, Elsie pressed her ear to the back of the bookcase. No footsteps, no voices. She eased it open and stepped into Professor McGonagall's office, heart pounding. Looked exactly as it always did. Books neatly arranged, papers stacked on the headmistress' desk, the faint scent of ink and old parchment in the air. But it no longer felt like a place of safety. Come on, she whispered, and the two of them slipped through the office door and into the corridor beyond. It was late. The castle was dark and hushed. They crept back to Gryffindor Tower without meeting a soul, not even Peeves. The fat lady was dozing in her frame, but roused herself with a grumble when Elsie whispered the password. The common room was empty. The fire had burned low. They crossed the rug and sank into the two armchairs closest to the hearth, neither quite ready to part ways or speak above a whisper. After a long moment, Niles said, "Do you think McGonagall knows?" Elsie stared at the flames. She must. That bookcase didn't move by accident, and the mirror was sealed. She's guarding it, whether she admits it or not. Then why didn't she tell anyone? Not even the staff, I bet. Or else, someone would have stopped that man. He's protecting something. Maybe everyone. Niles leaned back and rubbed his eyes. We should tell someone. Flitwick, maybe, or Professor Sprout. She always listens. Elsie hesitated. No, not yet. We don't even know what we've found. That man? He's planning something, But if we go to a teacher now, they'll lock it all up, seal it behind more spells, and we'll never know the truth. We'll never stop it. You sound like a Gryffindor. Elsie gave him a tired smile. And you sound like someone who's going to help me whether he likes it or not. Niles rolled his eyes but didn't argue. They parted at the stairs, agreeing to meet the next night after astronomy. Elsie climbed to her dormitory, slipped beneath the covers, and lay staring at the ceiling long after her roommates began to snore. The scroll lay hidden beneath her pillow, its parchment still faintly warm to the touch. She had discovered something powerful, something dangerous, and someone else was already trying to use it. The mirror of Morgana. It would not stay silent for long. The next morning dawned gray and mist-heavy, with clouds hanging low over the castle grounds and a damp chill clinging to the air. Hogwarts always felt different after secrets had been unearthed, as though the very stones remembered the whispers of the night before. Elsie walked to breakfast in the great hall with her bag slung over one shoulder, her thoughts far from toast and pumpkin juice. Niles trailed beside her, yawning into his sleeve and muttering something about needing a time-turner just to survive the week. The hall was already full of chatter. First years compared their latest charms lessons, and the older students debated next weekend's Quidditch match. No one seemed to notice the faint tension tightening Elsie's shoulders, or the way her eyes lingered on the staff table. Professor McGonagall sat in her usual place, sharp-eyed and dignified, reading a copy of the Daily Prophet while sipping tea. Nothing in her expression suggested she had discovered someone had slipped into her office, or that a centuries-old mirror might be stirring deep below the castle. "I still say we should tell someone," Niles said under his breath, reaching for a croissant, "or at least research the mirror properly. There must be some record of it in the restricted section." "I already tried last year," Elsie replied, spreading marmalade on a piece of toast without really tasting it. "Found a hint in an old diary, but nothing more. No formal entries, no catalog. It's like someone erased it." Niles frowned. "That takes serious authority. Even the Ministry can't delete magical artifacts from the Hogwarts record books without someone noticing." Elsie glanced again at McGonagall, then lowered her voice further. "Unless the headmasters erased it themselves." Berners looked sharply at her. "You think Dumbledore knew?" "I think he sealed it away," she said, "and McGonagall's keeping it sealed. But if that man, whoever he is, knows about it, then someone else knew too. Someone who's been waiting." Niles opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment an owl swept down from the rafters and dropped a folded piece of parchment beside his plate. He raised an eyebrow and opened it, scanning the contents with growing confusion. "It's from Professor Flitwick," he said. "He wants to see me in his office after lunch." Alone, Elsie's stomach dropped. "Do you think he knows?" "No," Niles said quickly. "He wouldn't send a note if he did. He'd just summon both of us and demand the truth outright, unless he's giving us a chance to confess." They both sat still for a long moment. Then Niles folded the note and tucked it into his robe. "I'll go, see what he wants, but if it turns out he does know something, I'll try to lead the conversation. Keep him from asking too many questions." Elsie nodded, though she felt uneasy. "Be careful." The rest of the day passed with maddening slowness. In Transfiguration, Professor Vector stood in for McGonagall and gave them a lengthy lecture on Animagus transformation laws, which normally would have thrilled Elsie. But today she could hardly follow a word. In herbology, she accidentally overwatered a patch of puffball ferns and earned a mild scolding from Professor Longbottom, and during history of magic, she didn't even bother pretending to take notes, her thoughts consumed entirely by the mirror of Morgana and the man who had spoken to it. By the time lunch arrived, she had barely eaten, her gaze drifting constantly toward the Ravenclaw table. Niles met her eyes once, gave a slight nod, and then rose to leave. He slipped out the side doors with his satchel slung over one shoulder, vanishing into the castle's maze of staircases. Elsie waited until the hour had passed before making her way to the library. She didn't bother with the main shelves. What she needed would not be in any common reading section. She ducked into the back corner where Madame Pince rarely patrolled and tapped her wand against the shelf marked Restricted. A faint glow shimmered over the protective spell, and she whispered, Porta Verita. The barrier vanished for a few seconds, just enough time for her to slip inside. The air in the restricted section was heavy with dust and quiet. She moved quickly between shelves, scanning the spines for anything related to enchanted mirrors, Morgana Le Fay, or magical reflections. Most of the books she passed were too modern, too clinical. Treatises on dark artifacts, lists of banned items, heavy tomes with more theory than substance. Then she found it. A narrow volume bound in cracked blue leather, almost hidden between two thick encyclopedias. The spine bore no title, but when she opened it, the front page revealed a handwritten dedication. For those who seek the sleeping glass, beware the price of looking. Her fingers tingled as she turned the pages. The ink was faded, the script jagged and looping. It described a mirror crafted in the age of Camelot, created not to show the future or the past, but to remember magic itself. The mirror of Morgana, it said, did not reflect appearances. It reflected power, potential, corruption, desire. To look into it was to see what one might become, or what might become of the world if that power was claimed. Elsie's heart thudded faster as she read. The mirror had been sealed once by the founders themselves before Hogwarts was even completed. Salazar Slytherin, it claimed, had tried to use it to create a new form of magic, but the others had stopped him, fearing what it would reveal. It had been buried beneath the foundations, hidden with enchantments only a few could bypass. Only a bloodline marked by Morgana's seal could open it again. She turned her wrist and stared at the mark glowing faintly beneath her skin. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. She snapped the book shut and ducked behind a shelf just as Madame Pince passed by, eyes narrowed, wand in hand. The librarian paused, sensing movement, but did not investigate further. After a long silence, her steps faded away again. Elsie clutched the book to her chest and exhaled slowly. She knew now that the mirror hadn't been simply hidden. It had been buried, feared even, by those who had founded the greatest magical school in the world. And someone, perhaps many someones, were working to bring it back. She crept from the restricted section and made her way back toward the common room. As she passed a window near the moving staircases, she saw Niles racing up the corridor toward her, looking flustered and pale. "What happened?" she asked as he caught up. He leaned against the stone wall, panting. "Flitwick didn't know anything. He just wanted me to fix a ward in his office that had gone wrong. Probably just coincidence. But while I was there," he paused, catching his breath, "I saw a visitor pass through the front gates. Tall man, hooded cloak, serpent ring. Elsie went cold. "He's back." Niles nodded grimly. "And I don't think he's coming alone." The fire crackled low in the Gryffindor common room that night, casting long shadows that danced along the stone walls and the edge of the worn red carpet. Most of the other students had gone to bed, their footsteps retreating up the spiral stairs, but Elsie and Niles remained huddled in the same 2 armchairs as the night before, the blue leather book open between them. Niles had already read the passage about Morgana twice, lips moving silently, his forehead furrowed in thought. "If the mirror really reflects power," he said at last, "then it's not just dangerous, it's unpredictable. That man could be trying to draw something from it, some kind of magic that even the founders feared." Elsie nodded. She'd thought of the same possibility. The reflection told him he wasn't ready. Maybe it only unlocks if it believes the person has the strength or the ambition to use what it shows, or to survive it, Niles added quietly. "And if it's tied to Morgana's bloodline." He glanced pointedly at Elsie's wrist, where the seal still glowed faintly, despite her having tried twice already to cover it with a concealment charm. She folded her sleeve down over it and avoided his gaze. "I don't know how I have the mark," she said. "There's nothing unusual about my family. Mom's a Mediwitch, Dad's a half-blood clerk at the flu regulation panel. My gran grows carnivorous ferns in Cornwall and feeds them too many puffskeins. That's as magical as we get." "Maybe someone in your line was adopted," Niall suggested. "Or maybe Morgana's bloodline never really died out. Maybe it just faded into the rest of us." The thought sent a strange chill through Elsie. She'd always felt ordinary at Hogwarts. Clever, perhaps, but not marked. And yet, something had chosen her, or perhaps summoned her. They spent another hour poring over the book, trying to decipher the older notes scribbled in the margins, some of them written in Latin, others in runes that Niles recognized as pre-Founders era, a dialect only loosely translatable. Most of it spoke in riddles and warnings, but one phrase kept repeating across several pages, scrawled in hurried strokes. "The mirror does not forget. The mirror remembers." At last, Niles shut the book and leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "We need to find out who that man is. If he came through the front gates, someone must have recorded his name." Elsie thought for a moment. "Madame Hooch keeps the visitor ledger, right? She's in charge of flight training, but she watches the gate during term, and she locks the ledger in her office at night." They exchanged a glance. "I'll distract her after breakfast," Niles said with a resigned sigh. "You slip in, find the ledger, and copy anything from the last 2 days." He smiled. "See, you're becoming a natural." "I'm becoming a criminal," he muttered, and together they gathered their things and crept up the stairs, both too exhausted to think clearly, but too restless to sleep. The next morning, the mist still hadn't lifted. Hogwarts looked draped in a gray shawl, the windows fogged and streaked with rain. Elsie's nerves twisted as she picked at her toast. Niall sat across the great hall, watching Madame Hooch through narrowed eyes as she discussed brooms with another professor. At precisely the moment she rose to leave, Niles leapt to his feet and collided with her on purpose, knocking a stack of papers from her arms. "Oh, Professor, I'm so sorry," while he apologized profusely and bent to help her gather the scattered sheets. Elsie slipped out and circled round to the west wing, where the flying instructor's office overlooked the Quidditch pitch. The door was locked as expected, but the windows were enchanted to open at a whispered password. Niles had overheard it once during a flying lesson: Silver Streak. She whispered the word, and the latch gave a soft click. "Oi, inside." The office smelled faintly of wax polish and fresh grass. Trophies lined the shelves, and the walls were covered in old photographs of Quidditch teams from decades past. Elsie moved quickly to the cabinet in the far corner and pulled the top drawer open. There, nestled between attendance rosters and safety reports, sat the visitor ledger. She flipped to the most recent entries, skimming names and times until her eyes caught on one written in neat, elegant script. Marcellus Vane, signed in black ink 2 days prior. Purpose of visit: historical consultation on artifacts recovered from the Black Lake. Duration: undisclosed. She stared at the name. Vane. It sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Beneath it, scribbled more hastily, was a note written in someone else's hand. Cleared by Department of Mysteries. No further documentation required. Her breath caught. The Department of Mysteries. If he worked with them, or had been cleared by them, then he wasn't just some curious collector. He had the Ministry's backing, or at least someone's within it. She snapped the ledger shut and slipped out just as a group of second years turned the corner. Heart racing, she met Niles in the courtyard under the arches, where he waited near the base of a gargoyle. "Vane," she said breathlessly. "Marcellus Vane. He's the one who signed in. Said he was here for artifact consultation, and he was cleared by the Department of Mysteries." Niles paled. "That's bad. That's very bad. If the department's involved, this could be bigger than just one man sneaking into Hogwarts." "It already is," Elsie replied. "We're dealing with a mirror that shows a person's power, that remembers old magic, and now someone from the Unspeakables is trying to wake it." Niles didn't answer for a long moment. Then, without taking his eyes off her, he said quietly, "What if they're not trying to wake it, but trying to control it?" The idea struck her like a jolt of cold water. If the mirror of Morgana could show potential, if it could draw that potential forward or shape it, then perhaps it wasn't simply a tool of reflection. Perhaps it could change people, change them into what they might become. "We need to get back into the maze," she said. Niles blinked. "What? Why?" "Because we need answers. We need to find out what that mirror is really capable of and what Vane is planning. If the staff already knows and won't tell us, then we'll just have to find the truth ourselves." Niles hesitated, then nodded slowly. To do 10 breaths of absolute darkness before going to sleep. They parted ways again at the top of the marble stairs, the day stretching before them like a storm cloud waiting to burst. And far below, in the secret chamber beneath McGonagall's office, the mirror of Morgana pulsed faintly with silver light, growing brighter with every hour. Night descended over the castle like a velvet cloak, muffling sound and softening the flicker of torchlight in the corridors. The moon was obscured behind a sheet of clouds, and the only illumination in the Gryffindor common room came from the dying embers in the hearth. The fire hissed faintly as one last log settled, and above, Elsie moved with practiced silence. She'd waited until the castle had grown still, listening for the creaks and mutterings that always marked the end of the day at Hogwarts. When the final door had slammed and the last giggle from a pair of third-year girls had faded into sleep, she addressed quickly, hiding the scroll inside her robes, and slipped from the dormitory. The group of adults settled into the corridor outside the common room, his robe slightly crooked and his wand already in hand. He looked tired but determined, the kind of look he usually wore before exams or after a long night in the library. "Ready?" she whispered. He nodded. "As I'll ever be." The two of them crept through the corridors, keeping to the shadows, taking staircases they knew shifted less frequently at night. They passed beneath the silent gaze of the suit of Sir Cedric the Steady, sidestepped the corner where Peeves occasionally launched ink balloons, and avoided the ever-squeaky third tile near the tapestry of the hippogriff and the juggler. McGonagall's office door loomed at the end of the corridor, still and imposing, its brass handle untouched. Elsie approached the bookcase beside it and pressed gently on the edge where she had found the seam before. The same low groan met her touch, and the hidden passage yawned open, revealing the familiar spiral staircase descending into the dark. They didn't speak as they made their way down. The air grew colder with each step, the silence deepening. When they reached the gate with the 4 house crests, the seal on Elsie's wrist shimmered faintly once more, and the iron bars parted to let them through. The maze awaited beyond. This time, the corridors seemed to greet them. The paths did not twist as quickly, nor did the walls close behind them. It was as if the maze had learned who they were and had accepted their return. They followed the path from memory, passing the serpentine archway, the place where the bones still lay, and the chamber with the statue who had first warned her. The pedestal was empty now. The scroll remained safely hidden in Elsie's robes. It was only when they reached the door to the mirror's chamber that something changed. A faint light pulsed beneath the door frame, not the warm light of fire or torch, but a pale silver that shimmered like moonlight on water. The emblem of Morgana on the wood glowed softly, as if responding to their presence. Elsie drew a breath and stepped forward. The door opened at her touch, and they stepped into the chamber. The mirror stood exactly as it had before, tall, solemn, silent. Its frame glistened with threads of silver, twisting into knotwork that almost resembled runes, though none Elsie had seen in any book. But the surface of the glass no longer lay dormant. Now it shimmered faintly, like a still pond with something stirring just beneath its surface. Elsie stepped closer, holding her wand low. "Do you feel that?" Niles nodded, his voice low. "Like the air's vibrating, like something's watching us." The mirror gave no reflection. Elsie moved closer still, and the silver shimmer thickened. Her own face began to form, faint and blurred, then slowly clarified, but what she saw made her stop cold. It was her, but different. Her reflection stood straighter, her robes were darker, trimmed in gold, and her eyes glowed faintly, like embers. There was power in that face, quiet and terrifying. A woman not just of talent, but of command. Niles stepped beside her, and his reflection appeared too. Taller, wand aglow, a dozen books floating behind him like ghostly attendants. But unlike hers, his reflection frowned back at him, almost disapproving. Elsie whispered, "It's showing us what we could become." "Or what we're becoming," Niles replied. But this isn't real. It's not the future. It's possibility. All the choices that could lead to that. She turned to him, unsettled. It looks like a warning. Before Niles could answer, a low hum filled the chamber, a vibration that seemed to come from the stone itself. The mirror brightened, then dimmed. Across the room, the runes on the walls flared blue. Then the voice came again. Not from the mirror, but from the air. She is close. The mirror remembers her. Elsie froze. The voice was ancient, layered with echoes, and unmistakably female. Who said that? Niles demanded, stepping back and raising his wand. But the voice did not answer. Instead, the silver on the mirror's surface rippled, and new images began to form. Not reflections now, but memories. A great hall, older than Hogwarts, filled with flickering torches, and figures in long, heavy robes. A woman at the center, tall, regal, dark-haired, stood with the mirror behind her. Morgana, perhaps. Her face was proud and grim. Another scene flashed. The mirror being buried, the founders raising their wands in unison, sealing the chamber with enchantments that shimmered like flame. The final image showed a younger woman, one who bore a striking resemblance to Elsie, standing beside the mirror as it was locked away. Her hand bore the same crescent seal. The images vanished, and the mirror went still. Elsie stepped back, shaken. That was me, or someone who looked exactly like me. A descendant, Niles murmured. You're part of this, Elsie. Your blood, your family. That seal wasn't a mistake. I didn't ask for any of it, she said, voice unsteady. I didn't want to be part of some ancient prophecy. Maybe not, he said. But that doesn't mean you can walk away from it now. Before either of them could say more, the chamber trembled. A cold gust blew through the room, and the torch sconces flared to life. The mirror's surface rippled once more, then went utterly black. A shape moved behind them. They turned, wands up. Marcellus Vane stood in the doorway, his serpent ring glinting in the sudden light, eyes locked on the mirror. But he was not alone. Two others flanked him, one in gray, the other in dark crimson, their wands drawn, their faces hidden beneath hoods. Well, Vane said softly, his voice calm and dangerous. It seems we're all curious tonight. Elsie raised her wand higher, though her hand trembled. We know what the mirror is. We know what you're trying to do. Vane smiled. Do you, child? Do you really? The chamber pulsed again, and the door behind them slammed shut. The mirror of Morgana shimmered once more. And then, very softly, it laughed. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The laughter from the mirror was not loud. It was soft and echoing, like wind chimes in a deep cave. But it was enough to chill the blood. Vane's smile faltered, if only for a second, and the two cloaked figures behind him shifted uncomfortably, their wands held tighter. The silver shimmer in the glass faded, leaving only a dull gleam, and the chamber fell into a strange, expectant silence. Elsie kept her wand trained on Vane, though her arm had begun to ache. Niles stood beside her, his own wand steady, eyes darting between the three figures who blocked the door. The seal on Elsie's wrist burned faintly beneath her robes, a slow pulse in time with the mirror's glow. "You shouldn't be here," Vane said at last, his voice low and measured. "This place is not for children. It's not for thieves either." Elsie replied, though she was surprised at how steady her voice sounded. "You were never here for a consultation. You're after the mirror. But you can't use it, can you?" Vane's smile returned, though colder now. "You've seen more than I expected. Clever girl. But cleverness is a fragile shield against what this mirror can awaken." Behind him, the figure in gray stirred. "We should not waste time, Marcellus. The seal has already begun to unravel." "Indeed," Vane said softly, his eyes flicking to the frame. "The bloodline is near. The mirror senses her." Elsie took a step back, her heart thudding. "You're talking about me?" "Of course," Vane said, as though he were explaining something simple to a child. "You carry her mark. Morgana's legacy lives in you, though you don't yet understand what that means. The mirror remembers your kind. It answers only to those it knows." Niles stepped forward, his wand never lowering. "Then it won't answer to you." Vane's eyes gleamed. "Not yet, but it will. And when it does, it will show me the truth hidden by the Founders, the kind of magic that makes the unforgivable curses look like schoolyard charms." A hush fell. Even the torch flames seemed to lean back into the stone, casting longer shadows along the walls. The runes on the floor shimmered faintly once more, and Elsie saw that the symbol beneath the mirror had begun to change. The twin crescents on her wrist flared in unison, and the mirror rippled again, no longer silver but darker, deeper, like ink spreading across water. Benet took a single step forward, and Elsie reacted without thinking. She raised her wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" The spell hit him squarely in the chest and sent his wand flying into the shadows. At the same instant, one of his companions lifted her own wand and sent a streak of purple light hurtling toward Elsie. Niles shouted a shield charm, and the blast ricocheted off the curved side of the mirror, striking one of the stone walls and exploding in a shower of dust and sparks. The chamber erupted in motion. The second cloaked figure fired a stunning spell at Niles, who ducked and retaliated with a charm that sent the ground trembling beneath their feet. Elsie spun toward the mirror, which now glowed with a dark, pulsing light, almost like a heartbeat. She could feel its pull. Not a physical force, but something deeper, older, like a thread tugging at the back of her mind. "Elsie," Niles called, "don't let them near it." But she barely heard him. The mirror was calling to her. Another spell crackled past her shoulder, and she turned just in time to see Vane retrieve his wand. His expression was tight now, no longer calm but cold with purpose. "You can't stop it," he said. "The mirror knows who it wants." Elsie raised her wand again, but Vane didn't attack. Instead, he stepped to the side and gestured toward the mirror. The glass flared. A voice echoed from its depths once more, not Morgana's this time, but another, masculine, deep, and hollow. It spoke in a tongue neither Elsie nor Niles understood, a string of syllables that felt like frost crawling up the spine. The runes on the floor pulsed, and the mirror's surface shifted. It showed not reflections nor memory, but portals, glimpses of other places, other times. A battlefield beneath a blood-red sky, a city swallowed in shadow. A boy standing alone on a cliff, wand raised, his eyes like storm clouds. Reese's face was lit by the glow, triumphant and awed. "This is what they feared," he whispered. "This is what they buried." Elsie took another step back. Her head pounded, her wrist burned, and something inside her, a quiet voice she didn't recognize, began to murmur, "Close it. Seal it. Now, before it's too late." She looked to Niles. "Help me, we have to stop it." He nodded, panting, a bruise forming on his temple from a glancing blow. "The runes. They're part of the seal. If we break the pattern, we might shut the mirror down." Elsie dropped to her knees beside one of the glowing symbols and ran her wand along its edge. The lines trembled, resisting her touch, but she focused all her energy, whispering the incantation she had read in the margin of the old book. Clodo Memoriam. Light surged from her wand, and the rune fractured with a sound like glass shattering underwater. The mirror's surface flickered. Vane whirled around. "No," he shouted, "do not touch the seal." Another rune cracked under Niles' spell. The mirror let out a screech, a sound, not a voice, not words, but a terrible cry that rang through their bones. The visions within it flared and dissolved into chaos, shadows tumbling across the surface as if trying to escape. Elsie raised her wand again, aiming at the final rune. Vane lunged toward her, but before he could reach her, the statue from the first chamber, tall, robed, eyes shut, stepped into the doorway, arms raised high. The same woman who had once spoken only riddles now moved with purpose, her stone face filled with silent fury. Light burst from her outstretched palms and swept through the room in a wave, knocking Vane and his allies to the floor. The runes all flared at once, then vanished. The mirror let out a final groan, like stone dragged over stone, and the glow within it dimmed to nothing. Then all was still. The chamber fell into silence. No magic shimmered, no vision stirred. The mirror of Morgana stood dark and blank, its power sealed once more. Elsie fell to her knees, breathing hard, her wand still clenched in her hand. The statue lowered her arms and stepped back into the shadows without a word. Vane groaned from the floor, dazed but conscious. His companions were motionless, stunned by the force of the statue's spell. The serpent ring on his finger cracked and fell away. Niles limped to Elsie's side. "You did it." "No," she said, voice hoarse. "We did it." They stared at the mirror, now just a lifeless pane of black glass. But deep within it, so faint it could have been imagination, something watched. They did not linger in the chamber. Though the mirror now stood dark and quiet, the air retained a weight that made it difficult to breathe, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting. Niles helped Elsie to her feet, and together they moved carefully past the stunned forms of Vane and his companions. None of them stirred. The blast from the statue, who now stood still as stone once more, had left them unconscious, or perhaps simply unwilling to rise again while the mirror's magic was sealed. Elsie did not stop to check. They left the chamber quickly, retracing their path through the maze, though it had shifted again during the confrontation. The golden orbs that once lit the corridors now flickered dimly, casting uncertain shadows. More than once, they turned down a passage only to find a blank wall where an archway had stood before. But Niles used his chalk spell again, leaving glowing glyphs on the stone to track their progress. At last, after what felt like hours, they found the iron gate once more. The runes above it flickered, faint and unsteady, and the gate groaned open just enough for them to slip through. As soon as they stepped past it, the gate closed with a dull clang that echoed far longer than it should have. They climbed the spiral stairs in silence. Their footsteps sounded louder now in the stillness, as though the echo had returned from the mirror's chamber to follow them. When they emerged once more into McGonagall's office, it was as if nothing had changed. The books sat neatly on their shelves. A single candle burned low on the headmistress's desk, its wax pooled into a wide dish beneath it. The portraits on the walls were either dozing or pretending to, and none made a sound. They did not speak until they had slipped into the corridor and pulled the door softly shut behind them. Elsie turned to Niles, her voice low. "We can't keep this a secret any longer." Niles nodded. "They'll find Vane and the others. Someone will know what happened. McGonagall must already suspect something." "Hey," Elsie hesitated. "Then we tell her everything." And so they did. It took more courage than sneaking into any hidden chamber, more nerve than facing the mirror itself, but within the hour they stood before the headmistress's desk, their stories spilling out in hushed voices. McGonagall listened in complete silence. Her face was unreadable, though her eyes sharpened at the mention of Vane, and narrowed even more when the scroll was placed before her. When they finished, she folded her hands and leaned back in her chair. "I wondered when the mirror would stir again," she said at last, her voice quiet but not unkind. "Dumbledore warned me about it once, long ago. He said that when the seal flickered, the bloodline would rise again, and the choice would not be the staff's to make." "You knew?" Elsie asked, surprised. "I knew that something slept beneath my office," McGonagall replied. "But I did not know who would wake it, and I never imagined it would be one of my own students." She regarded Elsie with an expression that was difficult to interpret, part concern, part admiration. "You could have told someone sooner." "I didn't know who to trust," Elsie admitted. "And we weren't sure what it was at first. But once we found the mirror, once we saw what it could do, you acted," McGonagall finished, nodding. "And you did not run, though the risk was great." She rose and crossed to the window, gazing out at the mist-covered grounds. "The mirror of Morgana is not just an object of reflection. It is a fragment of her magic, and Morgana's magic was never meant to be wielded lightly. Some say she created the mirror to preserve her knowledge. Others say she used it to shape futures she could not live to see. Whatever the truth, it draws out not merely what is possible, but what could be summoned into the world should the wielder have the strength or cruelty to reach for it." "Vane wasn't working alone," Niall said. "The Department of Mysteries cleared him to enter Hogwarts." "Yes," McGonagall said softly. "I fear this goes deeper than any of us realized. But the fact that you were able to close the seal and survive speaks volumes." Elsie met her gaze. "Then what happens now?" The headmistress returned to her desk and took up her wand. With a murmured incantation, she conjured a piece of parchment and dipped her quill. "Now, the mirror will be moved, not destroyed. It cannot be. but relocated to a place where it will be guarded by more than enchantments. In vain will be dealt with by the ministry, by those of us not entangled in his ambition. She looked between the two of them. But there will be questions, perhaps from Aurors, perhaps from others. Are you both prepared to speak the truth if asked? Elsie glanced at Niles, then nodded. Yes. McGonagall tapped the quill once against her palm. Very well. Until then, you are to speak of this to no one else. No classmates, no letters home. You will return to your studies as if nothing has happened. I'll see to it that your records remain clean, though I can't promise you'll avoid curiosity. She gave a rare, thin smile. Hogwarts has a long memory, after all. As they left the office, the hidden bookcase sealed itself once more, the passage beyond it vanishing behind rows of dusty volumes. Elsie felt its absence like a silence behind a closed door. Something not gone, but waiting. The days that followed passed quickly. Word spread that a ministry agent had been apprehended on the grounds, though no details were released. Some said it had to do with an old curse unearthed near the lake. Others whispered about a vault beneath the castle, or ghosts stirred by moonlight. The truth was never told, and most students soon lost interest, turning their attention to Quidditch standings and potion assignments. But Elsie did not forget. Neither did Niles. Late at night, when the wind howled beyond the towers and the fire burned low, she would sometimes wake with the faintest memory of a reflection that was not her own, and a voice that had whispered through time, "May her wishes be uncrusted." She kept the scroll hidden in a hollow beneath her mattress, wrapped in cloth and protected by every spell she could remember, not because she intended to use it, but because one day someone else might. And if that day came again, she would be ready. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm that was almost ordinary. The castle returned to its usual bustling pace. Lessons, laughter, the ever-changing staircases, the chatter of students in common rooms, and the occasional chaos stirred by peeves or an overzealous charm gone awry. For most of the school, the strange events that had rippled through the corridors faded into the background like the remnants of a half-remembered dream. But for Elsie and Niles, the sense of normalcy was fragile at best. Though no one spoke of the mirror openly, subtle signs remained. The entrance to McGonagall's office was guarded more closely now, with enchanted gargoyles that glowed faintly even in daylight, their stone eyes tracking every movement with unsettling precision. Once Elsie had seen Professor Flitwick pass by the headmistress's door with a worried glance and a muttered charm that she didn't recognize. Another time she caught a glimpse of a sealed ministry satchel being passed to a witch in dark green robes who bore the unmistakable badge of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But it wasn't these signs that troubled her most. It was the mirror itself, or rather, the memory of it. Ever since that night, Elsie had found herself plagued by strange dreams that were not quite nightmares, but no less disturbing. She would find herself walking through a corridor of endless mirrors, none of which reflected her as she truly was. In one, she saw herself as headmistress of Hogwarts, wand raised before a sea of students who bowed in silent reverence. In another, she stood alone on a battlefield of shattered stone, robes torn, eyes alight with raw magic. And sometimes, most troubling of all, she would see nothing at all, just her own face, blank and unmoving, staring back without emotion, as if something else had taken her place behind the glass. She did not speak of these dreams, not even to Niles, but she could tell he had them too. He had become quieter since their encounter in the mirror's chamber, still sharp, still observant, but withdrawn. He no longer filled their conversations with theories or quips, and he often sat in the library longer than necessary, reading books whose titles he would not reveal. Elsie did not press him. Whatever visions the mirror had shown him, they had left a mark. One afternoon, as the sun drifted low and golden across the high windows of the great hall, Elsie found herself standing before the long table where the professors took their meals. McGonagall was not there. Instead, it was Professor Sinistra, who sat in the headmistress's chair, reviewing a stack of parchment with a furrowed brow. Elsie hesitated, then approached. "Excuse me, Professor Sinistra," she said softly. "May I ask where Professor McGonagall is?" The astronomy professor looked up with a faint smile. "She's been called away on ministry business for the week. Nothing urgent, I'm told, just some ancient property records they needed her to review." She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why do you ask?" Elsie hesitated. "No reason, really, just I thought she might be in her office." Sinistra's gaze lingered for a moment longer, as if searching for the truth behind the words, but she only nodded. "She'll be back soon, I expect. Now, off with you. Supper is getting cold." Elsie gave a quick smile and turned away, but the unease had already taken root. That night, she made her way back to the bookcase in McGonagall's office, once more hidden by the enchantments and wards the headmistress had placed. As she expected, the passage would not open. The seam in the wood no longer responded to her touch, and even the faint outline of the hidden stairwell had vanished. Whatever protections had been reawakened after their encounter with the mirror had been sealed tight, but that didn't change the feeling she carried. The quiet certainty that the mirror had not fallen fully silent. It had shown her a path, one of many, and the echoes of that path still whispered to her in the quiet spaces of the castle, in the ripples of water that shimmered in the black lake, in the rustle of pages in the library, in the sudden hush that fell when her name was mentioned just a little too loudly in the corridor. She was not marked in the way a curse left its stain, nor like a prophecy scrawled in stars. It was subtler than that. She had been remembered, and something about that was far more dangerous. It was a week later when Niles finally spoke of his own dreams. They sat beneath the great tree near the edge of the courtyard, watching the first leaves of autumn begin to turn. The sun filtered through the branches, painting patterns across the stone bench. "I keep seeing myself," he said without preamble. "But not me exactly. It's always a version of me that's older, harder, someone who knows more than I do now, someone who does what needs to be done, no matter the cost." Elsie said nothing. She only listened. "In one dream, I cast a spell I don't recognize," he continued. "It feels like fire and silence all at once, and everyone around me backs away, like they're afraid." She glanced at him, but his eyes remained fixed on the middle distance. "I don't want to become him," he said, "but the mirror showed me that I could. That it's in me. I think that's what it shows all of us," Elsie said softly. "What's possible, what's hidden, and what's waiting if we choose it." He looked at her then, the shadows under his eyes deeper than usual. But what if someone else makes that choice for us? None. The question hung in the air, unanswered. And somewhere, far beyond the halls of Hogwarts, in a vault whose location was known to only a handful of witches and wizards in all the magical world, the mirror of Morgana sat shrouded in wards and ancient locks. It had no face, it showed no light, but deep within its frame the old magic coiled like smoke, patient, listening, and very much awake. Autumn deepened its hold over the castle, turning the trees along the edge of the forbidden forest to hues of russet, gold, and deep crimson. The chill in the air crept in slowly each morning, settling into the stones of the floor, curling into the edges of cloaks and sleeves. Students began arriving at breakfast with flushed cheeks and wool scarves, and the warmth of the great hall fires became a welcome companion throughout the day. But while the world outside changed in color and season, the unease that clung to Elsie and Niles did not fade with the falling leaves. In the weeks since the mirror had been sealed, the castle had fallen into a rhythm of quiet vigilance. Professors whispered more frequently among themselves during meals, and twice Elsie caught sight of unfamiliar wizards in ministry robes, conversing in low tones with Professor McGonagall in the shadow of the courtyard archways. The official story remained unchanged. There had been a disturbance in one of the lower vaults beneath the castle, quickly contained, no students harmed, no danger to the school. Most had accepted the tale without question, but not everyone. Among the older years, rumors stirred like leaves in wind. A group of Slytherin's 7th years insisted they had seen a wing of the dungeons cordoned off by Aurors one morning. A 5th-year Ravenclaw claimed her brother in the Department of Magical Artifacts had spoken of a recovered object so dangerous it required containment in the department's deepest chamber. And one morning, a trio of Hufflepuffs whispered that they had passed an empty portrait outside McGonagall's office, a portrait that had not been empty the night before. Elsie said nothing to any of them, but it was not fear that kept her silent now. It was the weight of knowledge that felt no lighter for being shared only between her and Niles. The secret they had touched was not simply a hidden artifact or a forbidden chamber. It was a thread, tugged loose from the hem of something far older than the castle itself. And though the mirror had been locked away again, the thread remained, stretching forward into an uncertain future. She still dreamed of it. Not every night, and not always the same, but the dreams returned often enough to unsettle her sleep. Sometimes it was the chamber again, the mirror flickering with shadow and light. Other times it was something more abstract, a maze of corridors that folded in on themselves, voices calling her name in languages she didn't understand. Once she saw her reflection walking away from her, as if it had grown tired of being trapped behind glass. It was on one of these nights that a new development occurred, one that shattered what little peace remained. Elsie had just returned from the library and was climbing the stairs to the Gryffindor common room when a 4th-year student rushed past her, nearly knocking her over. His face was pale and his eyes wide with panic. He didn't stop to apologize. A moment later, Professor Sinistra's voice rang out from below. "All students are to return to their common rooms immediately. This is not a drill." Elsie turned and looked down the staircase just in time to see several teachers moving swiftly across the corridor, their expressions grim, their wands already drawn. One of them, Professor Longbottom, paused as he passed, catching sight of her. "Miss Brooke," he said, his voice sharp but not unkind, back to the common room. Now. She opened her mouth to ask, but the look in his eyes stopped her. Without another word, she turned and fled the rest of the way to the fat lady's portrait, muttering the password and slipping inside as students gathered in clusters around the fire, whispering anxiously. Niles appeared moments later, his robes damp with rain and his satchel forgotten beneath his arm. He crossed to her quickly. "Something's happened," he said. "I was in the charms corridor when the alarms went up. One of the watch gargoyles reported an intruder near the north tower." "Intruder," she repeated. "But how? Every entrance is protected." "I don't know," he said, "but they're searching the upper floors. I saw Professors Flitwick and Sprout leading groups of aurors up the moving staircases. Whatever it is, it's serious. For the rest of the night, no one was allowed to leave the common rooms. Professors patrolled the corridors, and for the first time in living memory, even Peeves seemed to vanish from sight. The castle held its breath again, though this time it was not the hush of ancient magic stirring. It was the kind of silence that comes before a storm. By morning, the official word came. A visitor with improper credentials had been caught attempting to breach the 7th floor. He had been detained without incident, and no harm had come to any student. The statement was brief, controlled, too controlled, but the truth could not be hidden entirely. Elsie and Niles met at their usual table in the library late that afternoon, surrounded by half-finished essays and unopened books. Niles placed a copy of the Evening Prophet on the table. The front page bore no mention of the intruder, but page 4 held a small article titled "Inquiries Begin into Departmental Oversight," accompanied by a single sentence that made Elsie's skin prickle. Sources close to the Department of Mysteries report that several key artifacts have been relocated following procedural breaches in containment protocols. An internal investigation is underway. "That's him," Niles said quietly. "Marcellus Vane. Vino Ahmed? He's still trying? They'll never stop," he said, his voice flat. "Not entirely, because they want what the mirror offers: power without question, knowledge without bounds." Elsie looked down at her wrist. The seal had faded, almost entirely now, but sometimes she still saw it in moments of shadow, as if it lived just beneath her skin. "Now we'll just have to make sure they never get it," she said. For a moment, there was silence between them, not an uncomfortable one, but the silence of something solidifying, a decision, a pact made not in whispers, but in certainty. They would not run from what they had seen. They would not forget what they had become. And whatever shadows came next, they would face them together. Winter crept in quietly, first frosting the window panes of the high towers, then seeping into the stone of the great hall floor, and at last settling in thick around the edges of the forbidden forest. Snow began to fall more frequently, cloaking the grounds in silence and turning the castle's many turrets into ivory crowns against the leaden sky. Hogwarts, as it did every year, adjusted to the change with familiar rituals. Scarves and house colors, steaming goblets of hot cider, enchanted snowflakes drifting through the common rooms, and the faint scent of pine wood from the great hall's towering fir trees. But beneath all the warmth and laughter, beneath the shifting light of Christmas lanterns and the cheerful chatter about holidays and home, the quiet tension remained. For Elsie Brooke and Niles Cartwright, the season brought no real sense of ease. Though lessons continued and laughter returned to the halls, the shadow of what they had faced still clung to them like a second cloak. The mirror of Morgana had been moved. Of that they were certain. Professors no longer paced quite so watchfully, and the ministry presence had faded back into distant authority. Yet neither of them believed for a moment that the matter was finished. In truth, there were signs, small ones, easily missed by others, a dark-robed wizard lingering too long outside the castle gates before vanishing in a swirl of apparition. An owl that circled the astronomy tower 3 times before flying north, as though bearing a message too weighty for ordinary post. And once, while Niles was returning from the library, he had passed a disused storage corridor and glimpsed a figure who vanished the moment he looked directly at them, leaving only the smell of ash in the air and a flicker of silver light on the stone floor. It was the mirror, or the memory of it, or perhaps what had been awoken when its seal had been broken. They did not speak of it to others, not even to those they trusted. This was a burden shared only between them, forged in the deep places beneath the school where few dared tread. And though they had no vow between them, no formal oath spoken over parchment or wand, it was understood that, if ever the mirror stirred again, they would face it together. On the last evening before the start of the Christmas holiday, Elsie sat alone near the fire in the Gryffindor common room, her fingers curled around a mug of spiced tea and her thoughts adrift. Around her, trunks lay half-packed, and the common room buzzed with excitement as students made their final preparations to return home. But she had chosen to stay at the castle, as had Niles. Neither had offered much explanation when asked, simply that their families were away or that they preferred the quiet of the holidays. The truth was something else entirely. She glanced toward the window, where snow fell in slow spirals, and thought again of the woman she had seen in the mirror, the version of herself who had looked back with eyes that knew power and sorrow both. She did not yet understand that image, nor what path might lead her to become it. But she could no longer pretend the mirror had not changed something within her. Footsteps approached from the stairwell. Niles appeared a moment later, his cloak half-buttoned and his hair dusted with snow. "Still awake?" he asked, settling into the chair beside hers. "I was thinking," she replied, "about everything." He gave a small nod. "It doesn't leave you, does it?" "No," she said. "I don't think it ever will." They sat in silence for a while, the fire crackling softly beside them. Eventually, Niles leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. "Do you think it's truly gone? The mirror, I mean? Do you think it can be locked away forever?" Elsie stared into the flames. "No. I think things like that, they don't vanish, they wait. And I think the real danger isn't just in the mirror itself. It's in what people want from it." He looked at her, his expression serious. "Then what do we do if someone finds it again?" "We stop them," she said quietly. "We learn. We prepare. And next time, we won't be surprised." Niles gave a tired smile. "You're already planning the next battle." "I don't think we have a choice." The fire crackled louder for a moment, sending a burst of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the wind howled faintly, and the castle's great timbers creaked as if in agreement. Later that night, Long after the common room had emptied and the fire had died to embers, Elsie lay awake in her bed, staring at the canopy above. The scroll remained hidden beneath her mattress, wrapped in its protective cloth, and though she had not touched it in days, she could feel its presence, like a heartbeat pressed into the stone. She reached for it, just once, her fingers brushing the edge of the bundle, but she did not unwrap it. Not tonight. Instead, she whispered a charm of silence and closed her eyes, letting the hush of the snow carry her into sleep. And in the deep places of the world where ancient magic still breathed in the bones of mountains and the quiet spaces between stars, the mirror waited. Not defeated, not broken, but sleeping, because the mirror of Morgana did not end with its sealing. It was not a curse, nor a weapon, nor a mere relic. It was a question, and someday someone would answer it.